All right. Hello, students, and welcome to the Hot Shot Parent Museum of Glass. So today we have a couple things going on. We have two artists on the far left side of the Hot Shop making things, and then we have our Hot Shop team creating in the middle here. I will let you know what they're doing in just a moment when I figure it out. But before that, I'll just go over the different like ovens and furnaces that we use here in the Hot Shop to get the process started. So as you can see, the process starts by dipping into the furnace. As when we dip into the furnace there, we'll come out with glass on the end of a rod, stainless steel rod. So hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. And so as we rotate, we'll be able to go over to the table just to kind of shape that glass up a bit. It looks like it's orange, but it's just very, very hot. When it cools down, it will be clear. We'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it, which will create a bubble. So we have this really tiny bubble that we can then blow out to make it larger and larger. Can we see the furnace diagram? So all of the glass is rest in our furnaces, which are those silver tanks there with the black doors. And they have doors on it to protect any sort of particles from flying into the furnaces. We don't want it to get dirty at all. We want the glass to stay crystal clear. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So we have a stringer of color. What he'll do is he'll go in and get that stringer nice and hot. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see the torch in his hand. And on the, as you can see, the orange is kind of fading away. We're getting to more of the clear of the glass, what it will really be when it cools down. So with this stringer, he'll be able to add designs. And what he's doing is, I think it's lines. So he's drawing on circles. So this is one way that we can add design and color to the surface of glass. So I have had a lot of great questions from you all, and one question is, how does the glass get color if it's clear within our furnaces? Also, our furnaces rest at about 2100 degrees, so 2100. And our furnaces are these ovens here with the silver bottoms, and then they have doors on them, and when you dip into the furnace, it's kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. And so as you rotate that rod, the glass, it contains a certain level of viscosity. So the surface tension, as you rotate, it cools and it sticks to itself. So it's almost just like slime or honey. I like to say slime to my young friends in the audience. And so there are different ways that we can add color to glass. This is chopped glass. And so we call this frit. And when you roll hot glass in chopped glass, it'll take the color, pick it up, and it'll melt into the surface. And then as we work in and out of these reheating chambers, the reheating chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees. And so they're 2,300 degrees of only heat, no molten glass, okay? And so what they do is they're powered by natural gas and forced air, and their only purpose is to reheat the glass. Our furnaces with the silver bottoms with the doors, those run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air, but we don't ever turn them off because we always want the glass to be hot. So we'll add some more color to the end of the bubble there. Snip it. Our diamond shears allow us to be able to cut in a And so we added color over the top of the circles that we drew on. And now what we'll do is take the color and pull it back so it's a color overlay. The color will be see-through, so it'll be transparent. We'll be able to see through it to see the designs that we drew on the base bubble, which was a clear bubble with circles. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So as we wait just to allow this glass to cool down a bit, we're gonna dip into the furnace. As you can see, it's very orange when you open it up. The glass is very hot. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. When he comes out of the furnace, he has now another gather of clear glass over those really pretty blue or green and some designs that he drew on earlier in the process. And so now we'll go in with our block to cool those layers down that we just added. That block is a piece of cherry wood that's been hollowed out, and it soaks in water. And soaking the block in water allows you to shape the glass, and it protects the wood as well as the glass. So one process that we did to apply color to this glass is we did a color overlay. And so what that means is that we put a little piece of color onto the glass and then stretched it all the way back towards the end of the pipe to encase the bubble. This bubble had patterns on it of, we drew on circles. And so there, when you blow this out, you'll be able to see through the color overlay to the base that has pattern drawn. So these circles drawn onto the clear glass. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn how the glass got colored today?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
We want to put them into two lines for their gallery tour. Okay? Okay, so for my chaperone, we can now stand up, and you guys will be able to walk around the balcony and watch for the top for a couple minutes. And then when we exit, I'll let you know when to exit. When we exit, we're going to put them in two lines for their gallery tour. Sorry. I feel like I've met you before. I get that so often. Oh, you just look like somebody. Hi. Never been to Coca-Cola ever, so. Hi, how you doing? Got some questions? No? Okay, good. How far is the water in the bucket when you put it in the glass? Like it?
Figure you'd have to keep it at a certain temperature so it doesn't like shatter the glass.
No, the glass is so hot that it's just convection happening to prevent anything. The glass, it responds well to the water, and it just, carries the heat away as it's trying to keep up with protecting the glass. If you look up at the big screen there, we'll go in with the papers. The papers are folded up newspaper designed to help us shape the glass as he blows into the pipe. As you can see, the bubble has quickly expanded as we continue to blow into the end of the pipe and guide that air with the papers. The papers allow us to shape the glass almost as if we're using our bare hands, and so they're a great tool to get very intimate with the glass. And now we'll get the end of the pipe nice and hot, and then we'll heat up our jacks. Our jacks are designed to carve into the glass. Stop yelling. No yelling. I can still see you. No yelling. And so we'll go in with the jacks and squeeze into the end of the glass. And so what we're doing is creating a jack line. This is a reference point indicating the bottom of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So the glory holes are where we work in and out of when we're working at the bench to keep the glass nice and hot. The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. And now that we've blown out this bubble, you're able to see through the color, and the circles that were drawn on earlier in the process are visible. The items that we make here at the Museum of Glass are typically, sometimes for the store, or when visiting artists come, they make work that they've designed with the Hot Shop team. And so this is for the store. And so today we're making items, vases specifically, for the store. Okay, and now we've attached another rod to the end of the piece here. This is known as a transfer rod. This will allow us to remove the glass from the initial blowpipe. When we take it off of the initial blowpipe, we'll be able to open up the opposite side of the piece. Tap the pipe, remove the glass into the reheating chamber to heat up that neck, and then clean it up at the bench. One of our really cool, exciting programs here in the Grand Hall, as well as in the Art Alley, is our Kids Design Glass program. And this is for our youth visitors who are 12 and under. We have a program that is designed for you to apply with an illustration, and if your illustration is chosen, one design will stay here in our permanent collection and go on display in rotation, and then one of your designs will be taken home with you so your family can enjoy it. And so our Kids Design Glass program is a really fun, long-standing program, one of the longest-standing programs. Can we see the Kids Design Glass program for my youth guests in the audience?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
They colored it in the beginning. They colored them on by hand. So we'll put a little bit of water on the end of the pipe there that connects the glass. We'll get under it with our Kevlar gloves, tap the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then we'll place it in an annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. That oven there is rest at a certain temperature to hold the glass and then cool it down. Let's give them one more big round of applause. And so the glass has to go into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool back down to room temperature overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. For those of you who are just getting here, welcome to the hot shop. We are making vases today. That vase that we just put away had some really cool hand-drawn circles on it, and then we laid color over that, which will then give us a transparent so we can see the circles, and then we put it away. And so the process, it starts by dipping into the furnace, and I'll explain that as we go along. Well, as you can see, we'll work in and out of our reheating chambers. Can we see the glory hole diagram? And so the glory hole is where we'll start with by sticking the stainless steel rod into the glory hole to get it nice and hot, because hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. And then from the glory hole, we'll go into the furnace. The furnace is a large crucible that holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. As you can see, she dips that steel rod into the furnace and rotates the pipe. This is how the process starts. The glass looks like it's orange, but it's really just clear. Thank you. Steel is not the best conductor of heat, and so the pipe doesn't really get too hot where she's holding it out. Only about a quarter of the way down it'll get kind of warm after sticking it into the furnace. The furnace is about 2,100 degrees, and so it'll get warm. You don't really want to touch it, but not where she's gripping it at the end, so it does not conduct the heat all the way down. We'll blow into the end of the pipe there and cap it, which will create a bubble. And that bubble will continue to be blown out larger and larger to reach the size of the vase that you guys just got to see us put away. So the next step to add those circles, you could see the designs on the vase that we put away. So we'll blow this out, have a nice little bubble, and then they'll go in with a piece of cane. So it's kind of like a color pencil. And then we'll heat the cane, which is colored glass, and then draw on the circles one by one. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So we have a Hot Shop Heroes program here in the evening times that means if you are aligned with the VA or if you know anyone that needs art therapy or is seeking art therapy courses, these are the pieces from this week's classes. So you'll get 8 weeks of hands-on glass making when we're closed in the evening, plus dinner. And so if you know anyone who's interested in art therapy courses, they're free and they're great, and you have instructors. And so that's an art therapy course only for the Hot Shop Heroes, so our veterans that are aligned with the VA can apply to that program. And more than likely, everyone always gets in, even though there's a wait time sometimes. And that's what we have to put the items inside of our annealing ovens, and when they come out, they'll be cool again. Now we'll go in with this piece of cane here, get it nice and hot with the torch, And so the cane is like this type of glass. As we get it hot, we can draw on the surface of the bubble. So up on the big screen there, as you can see with this piece of cane, we're just making our circles on the surface. If you're ever looking for anything to do on a third Thursday, all of the museums in the area are open to the public. On third Thursday from 5 to 8, we here in the Hot Shop, Hilltop Artists host the evening, and so they are the youth artists that work in glass, and they're here from 5 to 8 creating all different types of glass here on the Hot Shop floor, and they range from ages 12 to, I think, 21 as youth artists. So we've melted down the circles. He melted them down inside of the reheating chamber that he drew on to the surface of the glass. And so now we'll lay some transparent color over the design. We'll stretch this color back to the end of the bar. It's known as a color overlay. So we'll go into the reheating chamber to get that color nice and hot, rotate it all the way back to the end of the pipe. So we have encased a bubble that has designs on it, and the designs are circles that he drew on with a piece of colored glass. When we begin to blow out the bubble, you'll be able to see the circles, and the color of the glass is transparent, so you'll be able to see through the top layer of glass. It just looks dense because it's all compact right now. So for those of you who are just joining us, we are at a point in the process where we have gathered, which means we have a little bit of glass at the on the end of the pipe there, and then we drew circles on to clear glass, and then we laid color over the drawing. And so where we're at now is we've laid a piece of color bar over a bubble that has circles drawn onto the surface. And so in order to achieve this, it's a process that we call the color overlay process to add color to the glass. And so can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now we'll go back into the furnace and gather glass over the color glass that we have on the end of the rod there. As we rotate that pipe, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows those other layers to adhere to itself. That furnace there contains about almost 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And as you can see, dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. When the pipe starts to get kind of hot, we'll come over to the pipe cooler just to cool the pipe down a bit. Going in and out of those very high temperature furnaces and glory holes, the stainless steel will start to get hot just a little bit to touch, and so we'll cool it down. And then we'll go in with a block just to shape the glass a bit more, cool down those outer layers. The block is a piece of hollowed out cherry wood that soaks in water to protect the materials as well as the glass. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of this reheating chamber, as you can see, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees. We do turn these ovens off at night, but we never turn the furnaces off where we get the glass from. Thank you.
Yeah, they made those last week. We had
So now we'll use our papers to help shape the glass. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water also. And so as he blows into the end of the pipe, he'll guide the air with the papers. And then we'll hold the pipe up so the glass will naturally elongate itself, or pull some of the glass away from the end of the pipe there. We'll get our jacks nice and hot, so then we'll go in a moment and carve in a jack line. This is a line of tension that we need to carve in to remove the glass from the initial blowpipe. And so with the jacks, we'll squeeze into the glass, carving into the glass, creating this jack line. This is a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. And on the left side of the hot shop here, we'll see that Megan's suited up to be able to catch the mushrooms off the end of the pipe. We'll give it a little cinching at the end of the pipe there, squeeze it. The Kevlar material mittens that Megan has on will prevent her from being burnt, but she can still feel the heat. And everything's above 1,000 degrees, and so it's moving, the heat is moving through the materials. So you want to get it boxed rather quickly. We'll knock it off. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then they'll place the mushrooms inside of that annealing oven where they will slowly cool down overnight back to room temperature. We can't just leave the work out in the environment because then it'll crack. Let's give Megan one more big round of applause. And the larger that, or the more we blow out the bubble, you'll be able to see the circles on the surface that were initially drawn on the small clear bubble that we started with. So as we work here in the hot shop and we use the glass out of the furnaces, it doesn't just like magically reappear. That would be great. But we have a hot shop technician who recharges, which means he refills the furnaces with glass. And so can we see the charger in the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It needs to stay hot for a while. Okay, now we'll come over with an additional rod that will be connected. So we call this a punty rod, but it's a transfer pipe designed to remove the glass from the initial blowpipe. We make things bottom first. And so what happens is we shape the bottom before we clean up the top. And so when we connect the additional rod there, we'll put a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in earlier, tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help remove the glass. So one of our long-standing programs here at the Museum of Glass for my visitors who are 12 and under is our Kids Design Glass program, which you can see in the Art Alley as well as in the Grand Hall. This program is designed for the youth to be inspired to create like fine artists do. If you feel inclined to apply to the Kids Design Glass program, if your illustration is chosen, then one will be made for the Museum of Glass and one will be made for your at-home collection. I think Kids Design Glass might be coming up soon here in the Hot Shop. If you can't make it back to the museum physically, you can watch us on the live stream every single day at museumofglass.org. to click on the Hot Shop tab and you can watch as you know, maybe you're working on the computer, you can pull up a tab and watch the Hot Shop stream the process every day. It's something new. So anywho, our Kids Design Glass program is made for the youth to create like fine artists do. And so can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose. but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
On the far left side of the hot shop, Jen Ellick is being assisted by Megan, and they are working on a project for the SeaTac Airport. It'll be, the final installation will be a D1 restroom, a nursing room there in the airport. So if you're ever in the SeaTac Airport, look out for the final install end of March, beginning of April. And now we'll be able to put a little bit of water on that connection point. Trenton will get under it with his Kevlar gloves. The Kevlar gloves are designed to protect the skin, but you can still feel the heat of the piece when it's knocked off the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. We'll stamp it, and everything stamped with the Museum of Glass logo will be available in the store. And we'll take it over to the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. All right, let's give them one more big round of applause for getting that piece boxed up. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. My name is Emily. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So as you can see, we've heated up that piece of color bar, and then we'll clip it off. And that creates cane, and that cane allows us to be able to draw on the surface of the glass. So the blue will be similar to one of these really long pieces here. No, you can't have it. They need it. They use it. It's their material that they make stuff with. Okay, my student friends that have been in, been on the tour, you guys are. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, on the left side of the Hot Shop, we have Jen and her assistant Megan for the day creating pieces for the SeaTac Airport D1 restroom. It's a nursing room also. It's an installation that'll go in at the end of March, beginning of April. So be sure to look out for the glass installation at a different point in time. And then here in the middle, we're making a vase, and we have already gathered and blown a bubble, and now we are adding color circles to the base layer of the glass. We are going to blow this out into a vase in just a moment. My name's Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much. Happy Friday. Thanks for hanging out at the Museum of Glass. We'll work in and out of the reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and hot. The Glory Hole is designed just to get the glass warm. So then we'll also be able to melt in that surface layer that was drawn on with cane. Can we see the Glory Hole diagram? Can we see the Glory Hole diagram? So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll see that the Glory Hole is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. It's a hollow fire break barrel which can withstand those high temperatures, and the Glory Hole rests at about 2,300 degrees during the process. Thank you. Welcome to the hot shop. We're making a vase at the middle bench, and on our far left bench, we've been designing mushrooms and little pieces of moss for the mushrooms, and now we've moved on to something different. When visiting artists aren't here in the hot shop and we're making items for a specific purpose, it is typically our hot shop team. They work every day. Well, every day we're open to the public, and they make items for the store or whatever the assignment might be. They fulfill the assignment. So we added color to the glass because all the glass in our furnaces here in the hot shop is clear. And so to add color, what we did was we drew on some circles at the surface over a clear bubble, and then we color overlaid the design. So when you blow it out, you'll be able to see the surface circles, kind of like Cheerios. You'll be able to see the surface circles that were at the outline of a circle through the transparent glass. The transparent glass looks dense and opaque right now because of its compact. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn how the glass got color at the surface?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And so now that we've added color and design, we're going to dip into the furnace, rotate the steel rod, and we'll gather more clear glass around the surface of what we've created. This will allow us to continue to expand the bubble. We're making a vase today. Welcome to the Hot Shop. We'll go in with that block. That block has been soaking in water, and it's designed to help cool down the outer layers of the glass. We want to keep those inner layers nice and hot so we can continue to expand the bubble. So we'll get the bottom nice and hot before we go in and give it a flash, and then we'll start to flatten up that bottom. The the hot torch there is about 5,000 degrees, small but very mighty. So we have to shape the bottom before we can clean up the opposite side, and so we're always working with some foresight upside down on this part of the process, and then we'll remove the piece from the initial blowpipe. So now with that additional transfer rod, that connection point is connected to the bottom of a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in, and then they tap the pipe. The vibrations help release the water, and the vibrations help release the piece from the initial blowpipe. And now that this small little hole that we used to blow into air into the vase will be opened up. So now we'll go in and tweeze that glass out from the neckline a bit, pull it out, extend it, and then we'll clean up the neckline of the vase with the shears. Cutting glass is very stiff and it's hot. And so you have to really have a good grip, rotate and cutting glass. They make it look pretty easy, but when you actually have to do it, it's a tough job. If you're interested in or you're wondering what's happening in the hot shop when you're not here, you can always get onto our live stream. We're open Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5, and so you're able to watch the process from anywhere. You can pull it up on your phone, or you can watch it at your desk if you're just chilling at work and need a little entertainment. And then in with those jacks, he'll go in and angle his grip, and as he opens his grip, he can also open the glass. And then here on the left side of the hot shop, we have Jen Ellick and her assistant Megan, and they are making items for the SeaTac Airport D1 nursing room, restroom. So these items will be on display at the end of March, beginning of April. So if you happen to be at SeaTac, be sure to seek out that room, that nursing room, restroom. It'll have really cool, whimsical designs with mushrooms and apples. We'll give it one more flash. We'll put a little bit of water on that bottom connection point, and then Trenton is suiting up to be able to catch the piece off the pipe. He has Kevlar gloves, and the Kevlar gloves will protect his skin from physically being burned, but the thermal energy is still radiating through that material, so the longer he holds it, the hotter it gets. And could you imagine those really big bowls having to catch one of these off of the pipe? Anything larger than 36 inches, wider than 36 inches, I could never. People catch pieces as big as them, you know, off of these pipes every day in different production facilities. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. So everything that we stamp with the Museum of Glass logo will be available in the store. And then after we stamp it, we'll put it into the annealing oven there where it'll cool down overnight. And so it's like an onion. It has layers, and they have to cool at different rates. And so the annealer will catch them and bring them all down together happily to room temperature. Let's give Trent one more big round of applause for all his hard work. And we'll do it all again in just a moment. Thanks for hanging out with us here in the Hot Shop. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day, staying warm out there. It's getting chilly outside. And we'll get started again on making another vase in just a moment. So here in the middle bench with a piece of cane and a torch, Ben is drawing on circles, the outline of a circle to give some design element to the vase that we will blow out when we add more glass. And then here on the left side of the hot shop, you can see Megan has put on mittens and they have sculpted an apple on the end of the pipe there, and we're going to knock the apple off the pipe and put it into the oven, the annealing oven, where it'll cool down pretty soon. I mean, overnight. So a little bit of water will tap the pipe. Let's give Jen a big round of applause for all their hard work. Let's clap it up. Thank you. So let's give Megan a big round of applause and Jen a big round of applause for all their hard work. They're putting away pieces that will rest. You will be able to locate the final install of this piece at the SeaTac Airport, the D1 concourse restroom, so the nursing room. So there will be different designs, like more so like a fairy tale, a pill of different apples and mushrooms and moss. And so it is an illuminated with gold accent pieces also. And so they will be at the SeaTac Airport. That is a commission for the SeaTac Airport. And then here at the middle bench with our stringer, we have continued to draw circles on a clear bubble. Just right here. You can sit at the table if you want. If you don't want your miso soup, I'll eat it. Go wash your hands in the bathroom. And so we'll bring some additional color over the top of the bubble that has the circles drawn, and we'll apply it as a color overlay. And so the color overlay will then give the body of the piece a transparent color in the final form. So it'll be like a really pretty see-through dark blue. We'll go in with our diamond shears. Our diamond shears are designed to cut in a 360, so one snip will remove the additional bit of glass. What's up? What is that silver thing? That's So we'll stretch that clear back all the way towards the end of the pipe. Can we see the color overlay video just for the visitors who are just joining?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And now we'll go back to the bench, shape the glass a bit more. As we go in and out of this reheating chamber, the glass gets nice and hot, and then we'll be able to manipulate its shape. And so with that block there, the block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water, and the water protects the material as well as the glass. And so we'll blow into the end of the pipe to expand that bubble, stretch the color out a bit more. The beginning of the process is a very slow start, and then when we get closer to the end, it gets a lot faster to achieve the desired shape that we would like. This vase will be maybe a little bit larger than 12 inches. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of this reheating chamber from the bench, the glory hole is designed to keep the glass nice and hot. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as you can see, the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept at around 2300 degrees. Thank you. And then we'll go back into the furnace to gather some more glass over that bubble that we just blew out. The furnace there holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As you can see up on the big screen there, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. It rests at 2,100 degrees. Now that we have another layer of clear glass wrapped around, gathered around that bubble, we'll be able to continue to shape the glass. The more clear we have, the larger we can blow the bubble out. So as we blow into the end of the pipe there, the bubble expands, and then with the papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, and you'll notice that he'll take his water bottle and spray water on top of the papers there. So as he blows out the glass, he shapes it with his papers, and so you kind of can miss the fact that the glass is expanding as they rotate back and forth. So pay attention to when Trent puts his mouth on the end of the pipe there. He's blowing air to expand the bubble. And then now we'll go in with our jacks. Our jacks are designed to carve into the glass. As we carve into the glass, we are also moving it away from the end of the pipe there. The jack line is a carved in line of tension. It's a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. We need a carved in jack line to be able to take the glass from one pipe, take it off of one pipe and transfer it to a different pipe at a different point in the process. So as we continue to blow, we're expanding and guiding that air with the papers. So now we'll shape the bottom with the paddle. We'll go in and just flatten it so it's able to stand. We have to shape the bottom before we're able to clean up the top. We'll flash the end of the pipe there. We just want to make sure this area is really nice and hot, so when we put water on that jack line we carved in earlier, the thermal shock will set in and it'll help remove the piece from the pipe. After this piece, we will take a lunch break and come back in about 1 hour. We added an additional rod, a little bit of water on that jack line. When we tap the pipe, the vibrations help release the help the glass release itself with the thermal shock that's set in. We have to change the axis because we need to be able to clean up the top. So this is that blow pipe gives us the ability to blow. But when we no longer need to blow and we have the desired shape, we have to clean up the opposite side. So now we're going to go to that access point and start to open up the lip. Add a little bit more color around the lip there to give it a really nice lip wrap. You can kind of faintly see the circles that were drawn in over the clear bubble in the initial start as it cools down. A little bit of water on that connection point, and we'll tap the pipe, and Trent is suited up to be able to catch this piece off the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all of their hard work. We'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo and then put it into the box where it'll rest and cool down overnight. We are going to go to lunch after we stamp it and put it away. Alrighty, in the box it'll go. Let's give them one more big round of applause. And we'll see you all in about 1 hour after lunch is over. Thanks for hanging out with us here at the Museum of Glass. Happy Friday.
All right, welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. We have a couple of different things that'll be going on today. We're still just kind of getting started at the center bench, so I'll focus on the left bench a little bit more for now. So over on the left, we have an artist, Jen Ellick, who's sitting and working at the bench. And this is a commission project she's working on. So these are individual small blown pieces that will all be mounted onto panels for a nursery. I assumed a plant nursery. This is a Port of Seattle commission. And apparently these pieces are based off of the Palouse region of Washington. I hope I got that right. Apparently a large agriculture area. And yeah, so we are seeing some smaller blown objects over there, but these have a pretty high level of detail, and of course they're having to work with them in such a way that it makes them easy to mount onto those panels later on. So pretty complex project. And at the center bench, we'll have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, the people who work here pretty much full time at the Museum of Glass. And they will be making some items for the store. So probably things like vases or pitchers, and those items tend to be pretty quick, so it'll be fun to watch and talk about. And I'll start off with a little overview of the Hot Shop, just because we're still getting started. But to start off, we have these large tanks at the closed door specifically on either side of our Hot Shop, and those are our glass furnaces. So each time we go inside of these, we're getting more material on the end of our pipe, and you'll see that as soon as we start a project. And you could think of it as picking up honey from a pot using like a wooden dowel. All we do is we stick the pipe into the pool of molten glass and turn, and it just picks it up on the end. These open face furnaces, we have all of them on today. These are used to reheat the glass. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have multiple on just so we can work at multiple benches at the same time. There's not a huge difference between these ones. That was unexpected. Oh, please let me know if you guys ever have any questions. I have so much knowledge that I could share, whether it be about specific glass techniques or just the museum in general. Oh, yeah, so there's so many different ways to color glass. This booth right here is actually used for usually gold and silver and copper leaf. And it just has a little bit of air suction to pull it down, prevents it from flying away due to the ventilation. And then, yeah, this is powdered glass color. We will usually start our pieces by applying color. And there's so many different ways to apply color. There's this powdered glass, which we can just roll the clear glass inside of and pick it up on the outside, or we can dust it on top. But a really common way to color the glass is by using color bar. It's more common than powder, I'd say. And you should see that at the center bench, unless we're working with clear. But it's solid colored glass rolled out into a bar, and we get them shipped in. Yeah. And same material, it's just different forms. Oh yeah, and as for colors, it's always really hard to see what the color is when they're working with the glass. Like this piece over on the left that our artist Jen Ellick has been continuously working on. We can see the green relatively well, but I think that it's going to become a little bit of a brighter green when it's done, and there are striations of other colors in the glass that could change color as well. Yes, so we are going to be using this box for multiple reasons. One of the most common reasons is to preheat pieces of color called color bar, which I was describing earlier. And all we're doing is we just kind of park them in there. This is called the garage. Just park it in the garage. Heats up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we pick it up on the end of a pipe and fully melt it down. So that's what we're getting started on over on the right bench. So up on the screen, we just saw a little glimpse of a heated tray that was brought over to the left bench. And it looks like this is a leaf that we've added to the top of our piece. Now, I'm going to just assume this is an apple. It looks like an apple so far. And that means that these leaves were sculpted individually by hand and then set aside and then brought over to connect all of the pieces together, making this a multi-step project. It's not just a one-and-done thing. So it looks like with this color, Trent has pulled a small stringer of colored glass. And these stringers can be used for multiple things. I'm not quite sure what they'll use it for yet, but you can almost use it as a pencil, and you can melt it down very slowly, portion by portion, and you can draw on the surface of a piece of glass. Or you can maybe break it apart and roll glass into it and get little stripes of color. Usually that's done with cane, though, which are more solid pieces of colored glass, kind of like this one right here. This is a really nice twisted cane that they actually used for these goblets down in the front right here. These were made by the Hot Shop team pretty recently, last week. And we've just finished that apple. We broke it off the end of the pipe into a pair of Kevlar gloves protecting the artist's hands, and then we put it inside of the annealer. And you know what, let's give them a round of applause for finishing the first piece we're seeing after lunch today. There we go, thank you all. Right, so the annealer, this box just very slowly cools the glass. It's really important. It helps avoid thermal shock. And so we won't see that piece again until tomorrow. The cooling cycle is usually about 12 hours. And we're getting started at the center bench now. We've blown a single small clear bubble on the end of our pipe, and we're going to let this sit and cool down. Eventually we'll probably drop some colored glass on top of it to create a layer of color across the entire piece. This is when we would do that. Yes, so I know we already started using this torch over on the left bench, but I didn't really get a chance to mention it quite yet. But this torch is really impressive. Despite its size, it gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, making it the hottest item in the hot shop. So we use this small but really hot kind of focused flame to do some really detailed work, such as sculpting, or in this case, we're heating up the very end of the stringer and very slowly pushing it onto the surface of the glass. And this is following wherever Ben is tracing and just creating different designs and patterns on the piece. And we can't quite see what that patterning is yet, but we've just switched the camera angle up on the screen, so we should be able to see it better next time. So it's looking like we are creating a bunch of really small circles or rings across the surface of the glass. Yeah, and just to point out, I'm sure a lot of you guys have already noticed, but the very end of the stringer where we've been continuously heating up the glass and working with it is pretty dark, almost kind of this red color. Then it goes into an orange, and then it goes into a yellow. So that yellow is the true color of the glass. It's just whenever we work with the glass in the hot shop, it looks a little bit different, which is something I mentioned earlier. So while we're continuously working on this piece, it's going to end up a different color in the very end. It takes that cooling cycle to go to its kind of true original color. So after finishing that design off, we've heated up the glass just a bit. We started to push the design in, just making sure everything is relatively flat. We don't want to trap any air bubbles between this layer and our next layer of glass. And I was just taking a look at the left bench, trying to see what they're doing over there as well. And there's hand sculpting, I believe, leaves. They're these really small kind of paddle-shaped pieces of glass over there. So while we've been letting this glass at the center bench cool back down after that little bit of shaping, we have prepared a little bit of solid colored glass. Just based off of the themes I'm seeing, if these are yellow rings, I believe that this is going to be like a dark blue background, but I could be wrong. So we're heating this color up. We'll drop it on top of that pattern we just created, which is going to completely cover it up. We won't be able to see it from the outside any longer. You won't be able to see the patterning again until later on in the process when they open the piece up and you can see the inside of the piece, kind of like a bowl or something, for example. So we've just dropped that color down, and we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back. This is called a color drop or a color overlay. And yeah, it just creates a smooth layer of color across the entire piece. So I was just getting a peek at the shape for this piece, which they are going off of some previous store designs. Once again, these pieces that they're making today, they are going into the Museum of Glass store. And yeah, usually they'll save like really popular items. They'll print out photos of them and then just continue to make them. So this piece is going to be kind of a bowl slash vase shape. It's a really tall, almost V shape piece. So you will technically be able to see the inside, but this color that they just dropped on top is apparently a transparent color, so we'll be able to see those rings from the outside and the inside. So just like when we created those rings, we have to let this layer cool down before we gather our next layer of glass on top. And we'll always just kind of let it sit, cool down. Every once in a while, they'll blow some compressed air onto the glass, kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food. Yeah, exactly. So this wooden spoon-shaped tool that we're using, this is called the block. And this is constantly kept in water just to make sure that it's saturated all the way through and help prevent it from burning when we use it. But this is to smooth and even out the glass and the heat, and it makes sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of all this glass. And yeah, we're just continuously expanding that bubble little bit by little bit with each layer of glass we get. And then we let it cool down, we rinse and repeat. We completely repeat that cycle until we have all the glass we need. And this clear glass is mostly just to build up mass, but it is also protecting those layers of color underneath. Now these torches we usually start to use around this point in time once we have all the glass we need. This is when we start blowing it out and stretching it out and shaping it into whatever we like. And to be able to create these relatively exact shapes, we have to be able to heat up sections of the glass at a time instead of just continuously going in and out of the hole in front of us. And we moved on to starting to use these newspapers. So this pad is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And it sounds like an odd tool, but it is basically as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. You can't really feel any heat through them as long as there's no holes. And yeah, we'll continue to kind of contour the glass to the papers, to our hands, and we can change the direction the bubble blows out, depending on where we hold those papers. And this is a major way that the artist shaped the glass, is they'll use gravity as a shaping tool. So right as soon as Ben came out of the furnace, hung that glass down towards the floor and stretched it out. And this is when that large fluffy flame comes into play. I do have closed captioning on the screen, by the way, for anyone that has a hard time hearing over those torches. We're heating up that area near the pipe in preparation for the jack line. So we'll go in with these 2 metal blades that Ben has in his hand now. We'll squeeze down into the glass near the pipe, but definitely not on it. This is basically our breaking point. We'll take the piece off of the pipe from this line later on. So I know what's happening at the center bench is exciting too, but could we focus over on the left bench for a moment? I just wanted to show off what they're working on over here. This is super impressive to me. There are so many different ways to make glass, and what they've done over here is they've made cane with kind of a blue center and white on the outsides. And they turned these into individual petals by flattening the glass out and then kind of rounding out those edges. And now they're just attaching these single petal by single petal to a stamen in the center of the flower that they just created as well. So just a super complex individual piece of glass. It's really impressive. So we're doing flame working basically at both the center bench and the left bench. Flame working is working kind of in this smaller scale with just a single flame, of course, instead of this giant furnace. You're heating up a big piece of glass. Now at the center bench, we're just keeping this piece of glass warm enough. We want it to stay pretty solid at this point, so it's hovering just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this going back and forth between the furnace like this is called flashing. We're just heating up the entire piece overall pretty briefly to make sure it stays at that temperature. In the meantime, Sarah's been preparing a punty, which is a second pipe that'll be brought over and attached to our piece in some other place. When it comes to blown pieces, this is usually just the center of the bottom of the piece. And once that connection is secure, they break this piece completely off of the pipe that it was originally made on by applying some water to crack the glass and then tapping the pipe. And tapping the pipe sends vibrations to those cracks. It just pops the piece right off. So now we'll be able to work on opening this piece up, kind of into that V shape I was describing. And then that piece will be pretty much done. So before fully opening the piece up, usually they'll go in with some tweezers first, and they're stretching out the glass by mostly just pulling. They are pinching mostly for leverage. And they'll cut all of this excess glass off with a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors. And once again, this is all just to thin this area of the glass out. This is also getting rid of any unevenness that came from breaking the piece off of the pipe. Yeah, just any inconsistencies on the lip, they're gone now. And it looks like we're preparing a lip wrap as well. So a lip wrap is, as it sounds, we'll wrap some colored glass right around the lip or the opening of the piece. So we'll have a separate color on the rim. And that's being prepared over on the right bench. So we just brought that color over. This is lightly touched down on the rim of the piece. And then as they turn, this follows and touches down all the way around. And now we have that separate rim of color. And these guys, they've been working with glass for a very long time. Most of them about 20 to 30 years, maybe even a little bit over 30 for some of them. And because of this, they just have a really high level of expertise. And they did not even have to cut that excess colored glass away. They just kind of swung their hand down, and the remaining heat in the glass just broke off that little tail. I don't know, just one impressive little detail in my opinion. That's something that is difficult to do. Also, these wooden paddles, I haven't mentioned these yet. We're using them both to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating off of the glass. And we're also using them to paddle the lip, which is just smoothing and rounding it back out, especially after we applied that color. All right, so next we have gone inside of the piece with a pair of Pachofis. You can notice that these blades are wildly different from the previous metal blades that we've been using. So these are two wooden blades, and they have these really round, soft edges. Because of this, we can use the tips of the blades to shape the glass better without gouging or scraping. It's natural gas that's being constantly pumped in there, and you can kind of think of it as a swirling ball of fire in there, honestly. And yeah, they're really well insulated. They have this special kind of ceramic brick all around the sides of it. And that keeps it pretty warm. When we shut it off, it stays warm and glowing for a pretty decent amount of time. About 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. You know, just the low temperature of thousands. At this point, we're getting ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. So somebody's getting suited up in these Kevlar gloves. Apparently same material as firefighting suits, interestingly enough. And we'll be able to hold on to the piece of glass for a decent amount of time, carry it over to be put away. This is also when we would stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo, which is something we try to do with each of our store pieces when we can. If not, then they're usually signed by hand, which is really cool as well. And to fully break this piece off, we apply a little bit of water just to the very end of the pipe. And the same thing as earlier, we tap the pipe and that should pop the piece right off. We'll torch the bottom with that super hot focused flame we were using earlier. And then we'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and this piece will be completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that vase. Thank you, everyone. Wow, they've made a lot today. You can see all the previous pieces in there whenever they open up the door. Yeah, so once again, this is the annealer. If you haven't seen it already, this box sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We continuously fill it up, and then when we're completely done for the day, we press a button and everything slowly cools all together for about 12 hours. It's a really controlled cycle to prevent thermal shock. And now we get to focus over on the left bench. Once again, I think that we'll continue working on those flowers that we were working on just a moment ago. So we don't really turn them up above 22 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit-ish. So that's, I think that they can get hotter, but we don't really want it to be hotter. Otherwise, the glass is basically uncontrollable. But yeah, usually about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, exactly. It would go into thermal shock if it were any colder than just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. I think technically you could probably nudge it a little bit, but it's just a really safe temperature. And it depends on the glass mixture you're using. The glass mixture was different not too long ago in this hot shop, and the annealers were kept at 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a pretty big difference, just because we got a different glass mixture. So up on the screen we have a really good view of this flower making process again. We've already created that yellow center, that little yellow stamen, and we're adding those individual petals. And this is definitely a delicate balance. When making small pieces of glass, such as flowers or even goblets, like these pieces in the front here, because there's so many small pieces of glass and often many components coming together, there's a lot of stress built up in those connections, and if it gets too cold, then it breaks. If it gets too hot, then you lose the shape. So it's a lot of back and forth between the furnace and the bench. So we're starting that process over from the beginning, where we create a small clear bubble of glass. And then Ben will hand draw those little loops or rings of color onto the surface of this bubble right here. Yeah, so I'm not sure how many of you guys were here for the beginning of the last piece, but the last piece, those rings were technically under the surface layer of color. That kind of over-encompassing amber color was on top of those rings. So once again, using this small focused flame, we're able to control how much we're melting those stringers down. We want to melt it enough for it to stick to the surface of the glass and just barely be malleable. If we were to use more heat, then it would basically just melt into a ball or a blob. So this is all very, very controlled. Also, these are going to be the same color of rings as the last piece. The last piece, it may not have looked like the rings were yellow, but that's just because when we're working with the glass in the hot shop, it just has a different appearance for the time being. So this yellow is going to look a little bit orange or red while we're working with it. When it cools down overnight, that yellow comes back. So at the center bench, just want to give a little recap. We've finished making those little loops of color using these stringers, which are those strands of color on the table. So now we have all these little rings on the surface of the glass. And then we took some solid colored glass and we dropped it right on top. And this has created a layer of transparent color over top of those rings. You won't be able to see those rings again until we start blowing the piece out more, just because it's covered up right now. Also, it looks like Trent is using up the little bit of leftover color over on the right bench, which is fun. Sculpting it into something. Oftentimes, when there's leftover color on the end of a pipe, it'll be turned into something like a horse or a swan. Just kind of play around with the glass and test their skills. Also, the shape for this piece in the very end is going to be kind of a mix between a bowl and a vase. It'll be this tall V-shaped blown piece with a large opening at the top, of course. So we have all the color we need. We'll just continue to gather layers of clear over top of this to build up some mass, and then we'll start to blow this out. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we have just started a new project. This piece at the center bench is going to be blown out and turned into kind of a bowl or vase shape, kind of this tall V-shaped piece. And we already have all the color we need. You can't see the special design we have in this piece quite yet. It's hidden underneath this solid layer of color. We have all these little rings of a yellow color across the surface of the glass, and then we have that blue on top. So when we start blowing this piece out, that blue will get thinner and thinner, and you'll be able to see through it and see those yellow rings. And yeah, we're just gathering layers of clear over it now. So inside of that tank there is a pool of molten clear glass sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And you can see how much bigger it makes it already. We measure in gathers, so this is technically our second gather, and this will be a 3-gather piece in total. And next we use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. we're going to smooth and even out the glass and the heat, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from within all this glass. So we're just letting this glass cool by sitting out in the open air, and then we'll gather that last layer of clear and then start to actually blow it out into that shape. And by the way, we have a completely different project going on over on the left bench. I haven't mentioned this in a little while, but we have Jen Ellick, who's been sitting and working over there. She was a visiting artist very recently, actually. She's one of the visiting artists during our Goblet Week that we just had last week. But she's working on a Port of Seattle commission now. And these pieces are going to be mounted on panels for a nursery, like a plant nursery. So she's making lots of different fruits and maybe other plants and vegetables. I haven't quite seen the extent of the work, but I saw things like bundles of grapes and apples and flowers and stuff like that. So her work is really pretty. There's a lot of bright colors and a really high level of detail, which is super satisfying to watch. Yeah, for those who just joined in, I want to share, I think I'm mostly focusing on the center bench here, but at the center bench we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These guys work here pretty much full time. And we're going to be making some vase bowl shapes, these basically tall V-shaped pieces of glass. And these have a really special design inside of them that we can't quite see yet, but as soon as they start blowing it out, we'll see all these little rings of color across the surface of the glass. And we've just gathered one more layer of clear and then cooled our pipe off in the pipe cooler, which is kind of hidden around the corner just a little bit. It's a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. And each time after gathering a layer of clear, we sit down and use the block, which you guys saw earlier, this wooden spoon shaped tool. And could we get a glimpse of the left bench for a moment? I'd like to check in and see what they're working on over there. So over on the left bench, I was describing to the others earlier, but We have Jen Ellick sitting on the bench here working, and she is working on a commission project between her and the Port of Seattle. And this is going to be a variety of different fruits and flowers and really intricate pieces of glass. Right now, they are preparing individual petals for the flowers that they are making. This is a piece of cane, which is basically just a stick of colored glass. And they could pull petals off of the end of this cane that have a blue center and then white striations on the outside. So they'll make these petals one by one and then set them aside, and then they'll build the stamen and then attach the petals one by one around the stamen to make the individual flower. These are really intricate. They're a lot of work, a lot of small components. And now back at the center bench, we are starting to blow this piece out again. So to kind of guide the shape, we're using this pad here. Now this is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. That is all this material is right here. And next they're getting ready to make the jack line. The jack line is basically a divot that'll be created in the glass near the pipe, and we'll break the piece off of the pipe from that line later on. And these are the jacks right here, by the way, these two metal blades. Also, I'm just continuing to talk because I do have closed captioning up on the screen. So if those torches make it a little bit hard to hear, I do have that up there. So once again, we're making the jack line right now, where we'll break the piece off of the pipe. So that spinning and swinging, that was to stretch the glass out. Usually we use gravity as one of the tools where we'll just hang it down towards the floor and stretch it, but this spinning is a little bit faster. And we're still continuing to blow this piece out. Just to orient you a little bit, the bottom of the piece is the area furthest away from the pipe, so eventually we will be flattening the bottom. Yeah, next we're heating up just the very bottom with this handheld torch. And we'll be using this quite a bit later on as well, but this torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, a really impressive amount of heat. And we're heating up the bottom just to flatten it using this graphite paddle. As you can imagine, if we heat up the entire piece of glass and then try flattening the bottom, this would alter the entire shape overall. So this way, we're really controlling the area that we are shaping. So we've just brought over another pipe, attaches to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we break the piece completely off of its original pipe by using a little bit of water and then tapping the pipe, sending a vibration to those cracks. I know, it's kind of like magic. It's super quick, but it's just cracking the glass. We quite literally break the piece off. And now that we've flipped the orientation of our piece, we'll be able to start opening it up from this side that we've exposed or created. And one more detail for this piece, the same color that they used for the rings that we have across the piece is going to be added to the rim or the lip of the piece as well in the form of a lip wrap. So they will get that color ready over on the right, eventually bring it over and then wrap it around the opening. And next we go in with a pair of tweezers, pinching at the opening, more so pulling, kind of stretching the glass out in that area. And this glass will eventually be trimmed off using a pair of shears like you see here. And the opening will be left relatively small for the time being so that we can add that rim of color, and then we'll fully open the piece up after that. So after getting that color ready, this is brought over, just lightly touch down on the opening of the piece. And then as they continue to rotate the piece around, that color follows as well, just touches down all the way. So now we have our lip wrap, and we'll start to fully open this piece up. And to further open this piece up, we've switched tools. So now we're using the Pachofis. These are two wooden blades instead of metal blades, as you can see. They have these pretty round, blunt edges to them, And this is going to be a lot more gentle on the glass. It's not going to cause any gouging or scraping as they continue to open it up. And yeah, we're almost done with this piece. Once again, for anyone that's recently joined, we do have a couple of different things going on at the same time. At the center bench, I've been highlighting this quite a bit. We have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These guys work here basically full-time at the museum. And today we're working on making some store items. So these are eventually going to be on the shelves in the store. Then over on that left bench, we have Jen Ellick, who's been sitting and working on a variety of different fruits and flowers. And this is a commission piece between her and the Port of Seattle. So a really big, important project happening over on that left bench. So this piece has just been finished. To break it off of the pipe, we apply a little bit of water just to the very end of the pipe, and then give the pipe a little tap. We will be torching the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends, and then also to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. This is just something we try to do for all of the store pieces. And then using a pair of Kevlar gloves, Trent will pick this up and put it away inside of our annealer, this large black box over on the left wall. And this is sitting at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. With the press of a button at the end of the day, everything will slowly cool inside of this box. The cycle is about 12 hours. Just to prevent any thermal shock, it has to cool down for that long. And this is a really good time to focus over on the left bench and kind of check in, see what they're working on over there at this moment. So it looks like we'll be getting started on another flower over here. So this is the stamen of the flower, basically the very center. We have that little dot of yellow right on the very end of that clear glass. And to create these flowers, they first created the petals by hand, one by one. They set them aside to stay warm on this heated tray, and then they brought them back over and they'll start attaching them one by one. So once again, very intricate process. It's a lot of hard work to make sure that the glass isn't getting too hot, that they lose the shape, and not too cold that the piece just falls apart. Yeah, it looks like the center of the flower was stamped to give it a little bit of texture. And we're applying a lot of heat just at the base of the petals. This is, of course, where we want to break the flower off of the pipe. So we're cutting at that connection till it weakens enough to pop it off. And just like that, they finish another flower. They're making many of these and setting them all aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And this just keeps anything we put inside of it at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, really happy medium temperature, where it's not hot enough to melt it, not cold enough for it to break. And that piece that we finished just as you guys were coming in earlier, we are creating another one right now. So the way that we get those rings is by using stringers, these strands of colored glass, and drawing those little loops or circles by hand. And this takes a lot of skill to be able to work on this smaller scale and a larger scale at the same time. Usually people specialize in one or the other. Okay, so I want to introduce what we have going on to everyone real quick. So we have two projects going on at the same time. At the center bench, we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These guys work here at the museum pretty much full time. And today they are making some items for the store. On other days, they might be helping visiting artists that come through. They might be working on commission projects. There's a few different things they do. When they don't have much else to do, then they get some things on the store shelves while they can. So today we are making these tall kind of bowl or vase-like pieces. They're like these tall V shapes. And these are special because Ben has kind of hand-drawn these little loops across the surface of the glass right here, which will become more apparent as we blow the piece out. Those loops will get bigger. And they kind of remind me of the rings on like that ringed octopus, the one that's like super poisonous. That's what it looks like to me, in my opinion. And over on the left bench, we have Jen Ellick, who's been sitting and working, and she's working on a commission piece today for the Port of Seattle. And these pieces are varieties of fruits and flowers, and it's been really fun to watch her make them because they are super, super detailed pieces of glass. And so far, she's been working on some flowers. Not sure if she still is. She may be. Now, this color that has just been brought over, this is a transparent color. It's so rich that we can't quite see through it right now, but when they start blowing it out later on, we'll be able to see those rings again. And yeah, this is called a color drop or a color overlay. And this process of applying the color creates a really smooth, even layer across the entire piece, like the lower half of this one right here. Also, this is how they're making those strands of colored glass that they were using for those loops or rings earlier. This is, once again, these are called stringers. And they'll have a little bit of color on the end of the pipe. They'll simply grab onto the end of the color and then just pull it as far as they can. So now they have even more stringers to work with for the next pieces. So we're just now starting to inflate this piece of glass. The blowing happens really quickly, so it's easy to miss, but whenever somebody's mouth is on the end of the pipe, this is them expanding that glass like a balloon. And we are getting ready to make the jack line, which is a divot in the glass that will break the piece off from later on. And oh, this pad that we were using a moment ago, these are actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And I know that sounds like a surprising tool, but you really can't feel any heat through it. And it's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. Kind of conforms to the shape of our hand. So this is the jack line that we're creating right now. And then we'll continue to blow this piece out. Also, I'm sure you noticed by now, but we've been using gravity to shape the glass quite a bit. So we'll heat up the glass, we'll hold it down towards the floor, and gravity will pull it and stretch it into a longer, taller shape. So we'll do this frequently for vases and cups and cylinders, anything that needs to be a little bit taller. And these wooden paddles are used to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating off of the glass. So after creating this overall shape for the lower half of our piece, we're going to spot heat just the very, very end of the bubble. This is where the bottom of the vase will be, so we'll flatten it right here. So instead of heating up the entire piece overall, which could alter the shape, we're just focusing the heat to this one small area using this focused flame. And this paddle right here, this is made out of graphite. We use a variety of different materials in the hot shop. And if anyone doesn't know, graphite is used for pencil lead. But apparently it's a relatively insulating material, so when we touch it to the glass, it's not pulling a lot of heat out. And it's also just a pretty solid, smooth surface compared to the wood, which is slowly being eaten up and burned away. So yeah, we're just barely keeping this piece of glass warm at the center bench. We want the glass to stay at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to prevent thermal shock. And in the meantime, a punty is being prepared. Sarah has another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end, and this is going to be attached to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we'll completely break the piece off of the pipe it's on right now. So we're getting pretty close to the point where we start opening this up into that full kind of V shape that I was describing earlier, and then this piece will be finished. And there is one more kind of special detail that'll be added to this piece. So far, each of these have a lip wrap added to them as well, which gives it a rim of a separate color. So that punty has just been attached. They'll let this connection set up and kind of stabilize a little bit, and then they'll apply some water to that divot in the glass that we created earlier. And this water is going to shock and crack the glass enough to pop the piece off with a simple tap of the pipe. So after breaking that piece off, we have to build up a lot of heat just in that front half of the piece where we have the opening now. And over on the right, Trent is preparing a little bit of color, which is going to be used for that lip wrap. Once again, that kind of rim of color that we'll be adding. Now we've built up a lot of heat, and we're stretching out the glass just around the opening using a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling. And this glass is going to be trimmed off with a pair of shears. This is all just excess. That area that we break the piece off from the pipe tends to be pretty thick, so we'll get rid of that thickness. So these two blades that we're using now are very obviously different than the ones we were using previously. These are two wooden blades instead of metal blades. They have these rounded kind of dull edges, and they are much softer on the glass. They won't cause any gouging or scraping as we're finishing this shape off. It's really important. And this shape is pretty much finished, by the way. They might do a couple of little touch-ups, but they're not going to alter it very much from here. They'll get ready to break it off with a pipe pretty soon. And that'll just be the same process as earlier, where we apply a little bit of water to that area that we want to pop off, and then we tap the pipe. And to fully finish this piece off, we'll torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Something we try to do for all of the store pieces. And to put this piece away, we'll have somebody carry it with a pair of Kevlar gloves, which apparently is the same material as firefighting suits. So after a simple tap of the pipe, that piece is broken off. Once again, we'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then we'll carry it over to the annealer on the left wall, that large black box over there, to slowly cool. Yeah, just like that, our piece is done. So that box sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll fill it up throughout the day, and then at the very end of the day, we press a button and it's programmed to very slowly cool for about 12 hours. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow, and it should be on the store shelves relatively soon. And let's focus over on the left bench. I just want to check in, see what they're doing over there. All right, so a little bit of a different project. It looks like this is a leaf. So up on the screen, we've had a really detailed process of making feathers. And this feather, I was just talking to Jen about it, and she's the one who's working on this piece, by the way. And this is, she said about 50% of the process was done before she picked it up in the hot shop. The patterning on the surface of the glass is something that had to be made to a really high level of detail. Might be a little hard to see up on the screen, but the feather has these little black lines going in one diagonal direction, and then of course on the other side of the feather they're going in the opposite diagonal direction. And this is apparently made in a similar way as kind of a twisted cane or a Zenfirico cane. So you have these lines that are twisting all the way around the side of this rod of glass. She fused 2 of these rods of glass together, and then she shaved off one side of that to make sure that the lines were only going in one direction. It wasn't, you know, wrapping around, basically. So, yeah, just a super high level of detail. Now she's finally picked it up and she's shaping it into the feather itself. Also, speaking of flame working, so we're working with these small focus flames on both benches. We're working on a really small scale, and this can definitely be tied into what you've seen in the galleries. I assume you guys have already gone through the galleries, but we have the Field Notes exhibition right now, and that is a lot of nature-related pieces. And an example are the insects or the beetles. Those are all made on that really small kind of torch, the small level of detail like we're doing today. Even smaller though, those beetles are insanely detailed.
Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. At the center bench, we are working on kind of a vase-like piece. It's going to be this tall V shape. And we are just starting to blow it out. We already have all the colors and patterns that we need for this piece. Just before you came in, we went through the process of creating all of these rings of color across the surface of the glass. And then we covered that with a transparent color, which is what you're seeing right now. It's just so rich that you can't see those rings underneath quite yet, but when we blow it out, you'll be able to see them better. And yeah, we'll work on the lower half of the vase first, and then we'll kind of flip the orientation and then fully open the vase up. And these are pretty quick. These are store items. They will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And the people you're seeing down on the floor, they work full-time for the museum. We also technically have a visiting artist, but I think she just finished working. She was making some items for a commission project. Her name is Jen Ellick, and she was just here for Goblet Week, actually. Now up on the screen we could see them making the jack line, which is a divot in the glass. We'll break the piece off of the pipe from this divot. So we've already pretty much formed the lower half of the vase. It starts off as kind of this egg shape. We'll flatten the bottom. And then eventually we'll attach another pipe to that flattened bottom and break this piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. And then we'll be able to just kind of flare it open and finish it off. There's one more detail that we'll be adding to this piece, which is a lip wrap. So we'll have a rim of a different color. Just a nice little pop of color. And now you can see those rings a lot better. That's something I wanted to point out as soon as I could see them.
So we just attached that pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece. And once that is a secure connection, they'll go ahead and break this piece away by applying a little bit of water, then tapping the pipe. And just like that, this piece has popped off. So now we need to build up a bunch of heat just in the front half of the piece, since it was freshly broken off of that pipe. It's pretty cold. At the same time, that color is being prepared over on the right bench. That'll be wrapped around the opening of the piece. So before opening the piece up, they trim off some excess glass by first stretching out the opening, just as you saw there with the tweezers, and then quite literally cutting that glass off with some shears, which is where all those scraps on the floor are coming from. And to create that lip wrap, that color was brought over, lightly placed on the opening, and as they turn the piece, it just follows all the way around. Just as simple as that. And they do this before opening the piece fully up, so that way it has time to melt and kind of merge with the glass around it and smooth out fully before they finish the piece off. So now they'll start cranking it open and finishing it off. Oh yeah, just to talk about the heats of things in here real quick. So the area of the glass that looks cold and colorful, that is still just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We want to keep the glass at that temperature at any point in time in the hot shop, if not hotter. And as soon as it's above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that's when it starts to become malleable. And the completely molten glass, when it's the texture of honey, is at just about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're always somewhere in that temperature range. Now this piece is done. We're breaking it off of this pipe as well. We'll torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And then this piece is completely done.
You okay?
And this is picked up with some Kevlar gloves. And then put inside of the annealer over on the left wall. This box slowly cools the glass down overnight for about 12 hours, so we won't see this piece again until tomorrow. But it will be safe and sound in that box.